Не переключайся. Я здесь, чтобы сберечь твой рекламный бюджет и нервы.
И как же ты это сделаешь?
Систематизирую твои знания о маркетинге и закрою в них пробелы.
Да ладно. А кто ты такой, чтобы учить меня?
Я Роман Кубарвяз, основатель Q-Marketing Academy и ментор западных стартапов. За моими плечами более 400 успешных кейсов в продвижении продуктов.
I feel like every other day we see a new company boasting about how fast their new smartphone can charge. But what a lot of these companies don't tell you is that faster charging doesn't come for free. So very quickly, the way your battery works is with two poles, a negative and a positive. At the negative end, you have a ton of free electrons. At the positive end, you have less. So naturally, those electrons just want to flow from that negative end to the positive. And along the way, they can power whatever components you put in their path. Once they've all flowed, your battery is dead. And that's where charging comes in. We can use electricity to basically push electrons back to the negative side, creating that difference again. And so really, all a fast charger is doing is pushing those electrons back faster. But there are some problems to this. For starters, it means that in any given amount of space, you actually get less battery capacity. In every battery, between that positive and negative pole, you also need a separator. It's there to make sure that the electrons don't just go straight from one side of the battery to the other, and that capacity. In every battery, between that positive and negative pole, you also need a separator. It's there to make sure that the electrons don't just go straight from one side of the battery to the other, and that they actually go through the circuits that you want them to. But see, the faster you want to charge your battery, the thicker you have to make this separator to keep the battery stable. And so the actual amount of usable battery you have, the battery density, falls. And if you want to charge ultra fast, like you have to make this separator to keep the battery stable. And so the actual amount of usable battery you have, the battery density, falls. And if you want to charge ultra fast, like a lot of these new phones are starting to do, you've got to take this a step further and also split the battery itself into two separate batteries, which, as you can probably guess, wastes even more space. This is why you pretty much never see ultra fast charging on anything but big phones, because it takes up so much room. And if you're enjoying this video, by the way, a sub to the channel would be tremendous. Number 2, faster charging means faster electron movement, which, generally speaking, creates more heat. And heat is not a battery's best friend. It can slowly and subtly change its physical structure, which will make its ability to hold charge fall over time. As a very rough estimate, even if you kept your battery at 30 degrees Celsius, you could expect to lose 20% of your battery capacity over a year. And then if you kept it at 40 degrees Celsius, something like 40% could just disappear. This is why it's recommended that when your phone is charging, try to leave it alone. It's already going to be warm from the charging, using it is only going to add to that. You might have seen some gaming phones recently which have USB-C ports positioned to be able to charge while gaming. I wouldn't do it. The only one exception is if you're going to use bypass charging, which basically just forces your charger to power the components of your phone directly and not touch the battery. So your battery percentage wouldn't go up, but it also wouldn't go down. I know Asus has this on their ROG Phone 3, for example. Now, it also wouldn't go down. I know Asus has this on their ROG Phone 3, for example. Now, side note, this potential heat damage to the battery is also one of the many reasons that wireless charging kind of sucks. If you have the option to charge your phone with a 30-watt wired charger or a 30-watt wireless charger, the wired one is the way to go. Wireless will use up more energy, and all that extra energy ends up as is heat. Also, a lot of wireless chargers just promote themselves as a way to always keep yourself topped up at 100%. But actually, this is the exact opposite of what's good for your phone. So you remember how when the battery's full, we basically pushed all of those electrons so that they're sitting in the negative pole. And when your battery's empty, how they'll all be sitting in the positive. Well, because of this, both 100% and 0% charge are actually the two most imbalanced and high-pressure states to leave your battery in. In an ideal world, you would constantly keep your battery at 50%, where the free electrons are evenly distributed between both the negative and the positive. You might notice that when you next go get a new phone and power it on for the first time, that the company you bought it from will have pre-charged it to something close to 50%, because they know that it's going to be sitting on store shelves for a while, and this is the way to get the least battery degradation. Okay, I kind of sidetracked there a little, but that brings me onto the third issue with fast charging, that the more powerful charging becomes, the more you'll notice diminishing returns. Have you noticed how whenever manufacturers quote how fast their chargers are, they'll always use the starting figure? How fast can it charge the first 50%, for example? Well, that's because the wattage you get given is not actually the wattage that your phone will constantly be charging at, it's just the maximum it can reach. And it'll reach that maximum somewhere during that early part of charging. As your battery starts to get full, no matter how powerful your early charging is, you have to drastically slow down to protect the battery's health. And as a result, a 60-watt charger is not twice as fast as a 30-watt charger. And a 120-watt charger is not even close to twice as fast as a 60-watt charger. So, fast charging does, through some avenue or another, mean you're going to get less battery as you use your phone. And this is why some companies are integrating the option to slow charge, even marketing it as a feature, which I get it sounds crazy, but hopefully now it makes a bit of sense. And if I had to guess, I would say that this is also part of the reason why it took Apple so long to switch away from giving people these tiny little 5-watt charging bricks. Obviously, providing these in the box will make them more money, because they can then sell fast chargers separately, but they also probably figured that because most of their users were fine, they didn't really complain about the existing charging speed, if they raised it, all it was really going to do is reduce the longevity of their phones. And because Apple makes so much money from software and services, they actually want people's iPhones, which are the portals to that content, to last as long as possible. This is why they provide software updates for 5 years solid on every model. It's why they even tried to slow down older iPhones to preserve their battery life. Apple wants its phones to last a long time. That's part of the reason why they haven't introduced 65-watt fast charging. I talk about fast charging and the problems it causes, but I do just want to stress that it's not as bad as some people make it out to be. There are some redeeming factors. For starters, some people seem to have this idea that slow charging is good for your battery. I wish this was true, but no. No matter how careful you are, no matter what charger you use, your phone, after 2 years of charging and using the battery, is not going to be able to last as long as it once did. Secondly, fun fact, when your battery shows 100%, it's not actually 100% full. Most manufacturers, they add a buffer into the smartphone so that even when it looks like it's full, there is a little bit of extra capacity, so you don't completely fill it and damage it big time. But on top of that, historically, one of the problems with fast charging is that your device will charge up really quickly, but then continue to receive charge even when it's full, and that can be damaging. But nowadays, most manufacturers, they design their included power bricks to be able to communicate with the phone they were made for, to actually cut the power when you hit 100%. So overcharging isn't really a problem either. And the cherry on top is that a lot of phones now use something called optimized charging, where the battery will be prevented from hitting 100% until you actually need it to. So my iPhone, for example, has actually learned that I usually get up in the morning at 7:30 a.m. So when I go to bed and I stick it on charge, it'll charge to 50% straight away. And then throughout the night, it'll just sit at that 50% figure, right up until an hour before I wake up, when it'll start filling itself. This is now a default feature on iOS 13 onwards, and some Android phones do it too. Before I made this video, I actually spent some time talking to Xiaomi, who is a strong advocate of ultra-fast charging speeds, but also Asus, who is a strong advocate of larger, higher density batteries with a slower charging speed. And the general consensus from everything I learned is that there is a sort of sweet spot. So in 2020, I'd say something like 30-watt charging is roughly what you need to give you speed, but also keep the heat relatively low and allow you to have a large, high-density battery. Besides, going down this route of having a high capacity battery will naturally speed up your charging anyways. And think of it like this: if I charge both a 3000 mAh cell and a 5000 mAh cell with the same power at the same time, the 5000 mAh will reach 3000 way before the 3000 mAh one will, because of that whole concept of charge slowing down as a battery starts to fill up. So when people say that they don't like the idea of fast charging, I get it. For the same reason that display resolution on phones hasn't really gone up in the last 6 years, for the same reason that we're not seeing 4K and 8K screen panels, there are strong diminishing and often negative returns to faster charging. I'm sure that over the years we'll be able to kind of shift that sweet spot further out with the introduction of new materials like graphene, but at the same time I think that idea of a sweet spot, this compromise between battery capacity and charging speed, will stick around. If you enjoyed this video, do consider subscribing, that'd be amazing. My name is Aaron, this is Mr. Who's the Boss, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Как-нибудь недорого.
Ну, то надо искать.
Смотри.
Банки.ру легко подберет выгодный кредит с высокой вероятностью одобрения.
Здорово!
Банки.ру знает, где выгоднее.
Apple says that the iPhone 13s have the best battery life of any past generation. So, in front of us right now, we have every iPhone Apple sells right now. The 13 Pro Max, the 13 Pro, the normal 13, 13 mini, last year's iPhone 12, the year before's iPhone 11, and finally, the iPhone SE. I've set them all to an equivalent level of brightness, and also made sure that every phone still has 100% battery health, or in other words, lasts as long as it should last. So, let's see if Apple was telling the truth. The phone to beat right now is the Galaxy S21 Ultra, which hit 8 hours and 41 minutes. Okay, we're unplugged, we're on the way, and I've structured this test to start with light social media, move on to heavy gaming, and then into one of the most taxing things you can do on a phone, using the cameras. Now, I think that with these iPhone 13s, it is more important than ever that Apple delivers on its promise of more battery, for 3 reasons. 1, Android flagships now almost consistently come with enormous-sized batteries. 2, with last year's iPhone 12 Pros, instead of actually improving the battery life from the year before, Apple reduced it from the 11 Pros, which actually meant they fell behind a little bit. And 3, battery life is meant to be one of the main selling points of the iPhone 13s. And so if it just ends up similar to the 12s, that wipes off a big potential reason that someone might have to upgrade. But at the same time, if Apple has nailed it, they will have corrected one of the main barriers to owning an iPhone. We've not had a single year so far where I've looked at the entire iPhone lineup and thought, yeah, all of these have really good endurance. Anyways, interesting results so far. We've had just under an hour, but there was already a huge gap between these phones. Apparently, the iPhone 13 Pro Max is still on 95%. Not sure I completely buy that, but it's definitely promising. Oh, and thanks to Surfshark VPN for sponsoring this video. The other thing that we need to keep a really close eye on is how the new 13 Pro iPhones perform versus the normal 13 and 13 mini. Because, as you might know, this year, the Pro iPhones have new displays that can refresh up to 120 times per second, as opposed to 60. However, if not done right, refreshing twice as fast can obviously be a huge drain on the battery. And so we could well have a situation where the normal iPhone 13s outlast the Pro iPhone 13s. And that wouldn't be great. In fact, of all features that you need specifically on a Pro phone, I would say that none of them are as important as battery. Because Pro users are going to use their phones more. It just came in, created chaos, and left. I'm not impressed. Pro users are going to use their phones more. And more than likely, they're going to use them for more demanding tasks, like recording 4K footage and video editing. Can we just have a moment to appreciate how poor the battery life is on the iPhone SE? I mean, I guess if you had someone who literally just used their phone for calls, it might be enough. But this kind of battery alone is enough such that I wouldn't recommend this phone to anyone. And I actually had a spare iPhone SE. I was going to give it to a family member, but then I remembered how poor the battery life was and actually decided it would cause them more problems than it would solve. But check this though, so far the battery lives are performing in exactly the order of the price of these phones, and it's looking pretty promising actually. As I was hoping, the Pro phones, they are ahead, which means Apple has figured out how to add 120Hz refresh rates with little to no compromise. And the fact that after 3.5 hours, the iPhone 13 Pro Max is on over 70%, I'm actually just realizing now that I may not sleep tonight. This is the problem with battery tests. The better the phones get, the worse my life does. Okay, so iPhone SE is dead. I usually say that if a phone can get to 5 hours in one of these tests, it means the battery life is good enough that you shouldn't have to worry about it. Less than 4 hours, though, is fair reason to worry. Don't get the iPhone SE. And it also looks like the iPhone 11 is following suit. And to be honest, in 2021, I don't think this phone is worth its asking price either. Like, you can tell very easily compared to the iPhone 12 and onwards, the screen is low resolution, it's only an LCD panel instead of an OLED, so colors aren't the best, and the borders are just chunky. The way that Apple tends to work is every time they release a new set of iPhones, they will discontinue some of their previous ones that they think might overlap in terms of demand, and then for the ones they keep, they'll knock like $100 off the price. So, this iPhone 11, for example, released at $699 in 2019. It then got dropped to $599 last year, and now it's sitting at $499. But the thing is, this hardware ages much faster than the $100 cut compensates you for. Or in other words, other phones have just gotten better. Okay, how are we doing? Holy crud. I've just realized something. It's been over 5 hours, and the iPhone 13 Pro Max is still on over 50%. That phone is on track to break every record we have ever had. And while the iPhone 12 is doing, well, pretty good, this is quite cool. The entire iPhone 13 lineup is outperforming it, including the Mini. The battery life is the single main reason that I never even considered using the 12 Mini. I mean, I probably still won't use the 13 Mini. I like big phones, but it will probably be enough to remove my inhibition from recommending it. So, right now on this test, we have reached the camera stage. So to start with, I was taking photos on each phone, then I started recording 1080p video on each phone, and we're just finishing off now with 4K video on each phone. I don't think the iPhone 12 enjoyed that too much. Oh, I do want to point something out here while I remember though. It's got nothing to do with batteries, but which one of these iPhones looks like it has the slimmest bezels? It's the normal iPhone 13, right? And the reason for that is that the outer rim of Apple's phones, the band of color around the sides, it extends all the way to the edges of your screen on the front. And so if you pick a darker color, all it does is make your screen bezels look thicker, because you've just effectively got two black layers around your display. Also, the lighter colors are much better at not showing fingerprints. So, yeah, I strongly recommend going light. Okay, the 13 Mini has just conked out. I'm going to fast forward this test now so we can get to the results quickly. And while we do that, final time I'm mentioning this, I bought 10 iPhone 13s myself to give away to you. The rules for that are in the description. I am kind of at a loss with this 13 Pro Max. I'm now convinced that this is going to beat the current record of 8 hours 41. It's just more a question of by how much. And bear in mind that on this test, every phone has had Wi-Fi on, Bluetooth on, so of your screen on the front. And so if you pick a darker color, all it does is make your screen bezels look thicker, because you've just effectively got two black layers around your display. Also, the lighter colors are much better at not showing fingerprints. So, yeah, I strongly recommend going light. Okay, the 13 Mini has just conked out. I'm going to fast forward this test now so we can get to the results quickly. And while we do that, final time I'm mentioning this, I bought 10 iPhone 13s myself to give away to you. The rules for that are in the description. I bought 10 iPhone 13s myself to give away to you. The rules for that are in the description. I am kind of at a loss with this 13 Pro Max. I'm now convinced that this is going to beat the current record of 8 hours 41. It's just more a question of by how much. And bear in mind that on this test, every phone has had Wi-Fi on, Bluetooth on, brightness high, and speakers at 50% volume. And this 13 Pro Max specifically is in a league of its own. And 25% left after over 7 intensive hours. What am I even going to do with that much battery? I've literally had to reschedule my plans for the evening because of how long I've just realized I'm going to be sitting here. And do you want to know something really crazy? This is the first test I've ever done where the timer phone has also given me a low battery warning. Anyways, let's check out Tab 9.
Pretty impressive. I'm so impressed with this.
Code completion on steroids.
In some areas, it writes out entire lines of code.
Here we are. So, the first phone to finish was the iPhone SE with 3 hours and 38 minutes. I would feel uneasy recommending this phone. The only hours and 38 minutes. I would feel uneasy recommending this phone. The only possible scenario I can think of is potentially like a grandparent or someone who is trying to upgrade from a really old iPhone, like an iPhone 6, and who absolutely needs to have a physical home button. Now, then we have the iPhone 11. It is over 40 minutes ahead, which is a very significant jump, but still falls below that 5-hour mark. The long story short, I think if your budget doesn't stretch to over 500, you should probably stick to Android. You can get a really solid Samsung, Xiaomi, or OnePlus for that price. But then the iPhone 12 is leagues ahead. It beats the iPhone 11 in battery by over 1.5 hours, putting it comfortably in the category of good, solid battery life, and more or less rendering that phone redundant when you factor in all the other improvements too. That said, the fact that this new iPhone 13 mini lasts a whole half an hour longer than the regular size 12 actually makes me want to say that between these two, this phone just makes more sense. They're exactly the same price.
Да. Да. Кто здесь? Сидел. Да, слушаю. Никого? Шутка, что ли? Эти детективы. Ты скорее работаешь она. Работаешь сам себе, работаешь себе.
And yes, this phone just makes more sense. They're exactly the same price, and yes, this mini is a compact phone, but apart from screen size, it doesn't have any of the usual trade-offs that come with being smaller, and it's actually the more powerful, longer-lasting phone with better cameras. You can also buy the iPhone 12 mini right now for $100 less, but I really wouldn't. This is where things get really interesting, because the normal iPhone 13 is a lot better than I thought it would be. I've had plenty of top-end flagship phones that are in this bracket of between 7 and 8 hours. And so the fact that Apple's base iPhone can now match that, I think changes the entire narrative. It's not just a case that you won't have to worry about battery life here, I think changes the entire... And so plenty of top-end flagship phones that are in this bracket of between... This is where things get really interesting, because the normal iPhone 13 is a lot better than I thought it would be. I've had plenty of top-end flagship phones that are in this bracket of between 7 and 8 hours. And so the fact that Apple's base iPhone can now match that, I think changes the entire narrative. It's not just a case that you won't have to worry about battery life here, it is more they will actively impress you. And looking through Apple's past lineup, that's not happened very often. But it gets better. The iPhone 13 Pro took that and then added a whole 32 minutes of screen on time to it. But that puts this in the top 5 to 10 phones I've ever tested, and it greatly outperforms its dimensions. I'm also just relieved because last year the iPhone 12 actually outlasted the 12 Pro, which really just didn't sit right with me. They sorted it this time. And then, finally, you've seen it yourself, this one is just nuts. Let me just establish something here. The way that I rank phones on these tests is, if you can get over 5 hours, good, solid. If you can get over 6 hours, that is great battery. If you can get over 7, really great battery. It has gone above and beyond. If you can get over 8, though, incredible, the top tier. You will definitely notice how it never seems to run dry. Okay, the iPhone 13 Pro Max lasted just under 10 hours. This is not just the highest score I've ever recorded, it is miles ahead of anything else. And even though, yes, each battery test does run different apps, and you can't make 100% direct comparisons, it's far enough ahead that I can say for sure, this is the king. Okay, at this point, I probably don't need to tell you what a VPN is. If you want to either browse the internet anonymously, change the location of your device to another country, to watch TV shows from that country or avoid censorship, or even just to escape data throttling from your internet service provider, then a VPN is the way to go. But then you're faced with the question of which one? And from what I've seen at least, there is no other VPN that's offering close to what Surfshark is. A limited number of users and 24/7 support for this kind of price. If you use the code BOSS, you get an 83% 24/7 support for this kind of price. If you use the code BOSS, you get an 83% discount, as well as 3 months for free, and that takes it to just $2.49 a month. I spend more on paperclips than that. Oh, yeah, and it also has the option to remove ads and trackers while browsing. To check out my iPhone 13 Pro Max camera comparison, that's up here. Or for the full unboxing of every iPhone 13, that video is here. My name is Aaron, this is Mr. Who's the Boss. I'll catch you in the next one.
Наоборот, я
Как избавиться от страха перед будущим? Слушайте, а зачем от него избавляться? Жизнь такая, жизнь постоянно меняется. Если вы живете, вы боитесь. Если вы не живете, вот тогда не страшно. Но жить-то надо. Если не жить, неинтересно. Здравствуйте. Меня зовут Владимир Яковлевич. Вы меня знаете, наверное, по моим прошлым проектам. Издательство «Дом коммерсант», не знаю, журналы «Власть», «Деньги», по проекту «Возраст счастья» или мои видео «Я там как не видел». В общем, как видите, мы с вами знакомы. Я вам скажу так. Волноваться очень хорошо и полезно. Если вы активно живете, вы волнуетесь. Если вы не боитесь развиваться, значит, вы боитесь завтрашнего дня. Это абсолютно нормально. Другое дело, как сделать так, чтобы волноваться и при этом не переставать радоваться, чтобы бояться, но при этом использовать страх в своих собственных интересах. Если хотите знать, приходите на мой вебинар. У меня по этому поводу есть специальный вебинар, он называется «Продолжение света». Ссылка внизу. Видите, приходите, буду очень рад вас видеть. Вебинар абсолютно бесплатный. Очень большой.
Нет, наоборот, на дом оставить. А, как сейчас? Зона. Видимо, это. Вы что-то и что? Эй. Вот это и всё.
Россия таит в своих недрах множество ресурсов. Вдумайтесь, население России 2% от населения земного шара, а полезных ископаемых мы добываем 40%. Главными из списка огромные запасы нефти и природного газа. Но ресурс...
Alright, everybody, today let's do a little bit of ear training, okay? So it's been a long time since I've done an ear training video. And the thing about ear training is that it is absolutely critical to every facet of your playing. It's critical to being able to hear what those around you are doing, and also having good ears and being able to recognize shapes and vocabulary. It is a huge part of what makes you more capable of learning what others are doing quickly. So if there's a musician who you admire and you want to transcribe what that person's doing or just understand what that person is doing at a basic level, if you already can hear those things immediately upon the first listen, you are light years ahead of someone who has to sit down and figure each thing out. Okay, so the thing about having a good ear is, honestly, it's not magic. It's not something that someone is just born with and one of you has it and one of you doesn't. I won't deny that there are probably some of us who, maybe have some level of talent which gives us a potential to have really good ears. But I do believe that just like going to the gym, maybe one of you is more naturally athletic than another, but if the unathletic person goes to the gym and works super hard, they're still going to end up being super buff, at the end of however long it takes. So that's the thing about ear training too. I guarantee you there is a way to train your ear so that you will be able to hear practically anything on the spot. So when I first started playing, I had a good natural ear, maybe for hearing one or two notes or a simple melody, but I certainly could not do what I can do now, which is I can honestly, at this point, after years of training, I can actually basically tell you pretty much any chord, as long as it's not a crazy clustered voicing. Any jazz voicing, I can pretty much pick it out and play it somewhat immediately. Again, that's a learned skill, and I've actually learned tons of great exercises and developed a lot of my own exercises over the years that I think can really expedite that process, make this entire learning process so much faster for you. So today I wanted to start with some basic intervallic ear training exercises. We're going to take it from there. So the way this is going to work is I'm always going to give you a starting tone, okay? So here's a C. This is your C. You have to familiarize yourself with this tone, get it in your ear, so that when I play the next thing, you can hit it. So here's our starting tone. Let's go fairly simple today. Next, you have to tell me what this note is, and you're not allowed to use any tools or cheats. You just have to think of it in your head. Don't even use your instrument for now. Here's the starting note, and here's our next note. One more. Okay, so the answer is so. Start with a C, jump up a tritone to an F sharp. Okay, now before moving on, I want to actually teach you guys a few tricks. So the way I started off being able to figure these things out is I would start with a C, right? I'd hear it, and then suddenly someone would play the next note. Okay, how do we get there? Well, the way I do it is I just sing up a major scale. Da, 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 da. Okay, must be in between those. Da, da. And if I have to, I'll go da, 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 da. There it is. Okay, so you sing up the major scale. Da, 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 da. I passed it. Apologize for my singing. So that's how we do it. We go up the major scale. Same thing if you're going down. So if I give you a C and then I play you okay, let's sing down. Cool, okay. C, B flat, A, G. That's the note right there, the F. Cool. Now let's say if we were going to get a little more complicated here, and we're going to actually play two notes at once for you to get. So here's your C. Okay, so we did C, and then we did G and D together. Now, the way I would have figured this out is I would have sung, okay, I'm going to start from low to high. I'm going to get the low note first if I can. Okay. Cool, okay, got it. Now, some of you may find that you can't get that low note. You can only hear the high note. That's okay. So you're like, okay, I got the high note. Here's C. What is this note? Okay, I need to figure out what note that is. Let's sing it the scale. Oh, cool. Okay, it's just an octave above the second note, D. Okay, so I have D on top. Let's hear the whole thing again. Okay, I can't hear that bottom note. Okay. Oh, that sounds right, actually. So 5 down from D. C, D, A, G. And so we found our bottom note. that is a great way. I hope this is a good, introduction to how you can start practicing and working on ear training. Okay, so these are some good ways of starting with basic intervallic ear training, basic intervallic structure. Of course, this is all relative pitch based, and these ways of thinking about it can help you start to familiarize yourself. Now, what you'll find starts to happen over time is you hear the C, right, and then you just hear this, you immediately know what it is. Again, this is not because you somehow developed perfect pitch. This is because your relative pitch, you immediately recognize the shape. You know that is a fifth. I know that. I also hear the bottom note immediately, and I know that it's a fifth up from C. So I just know exactly that it's a G and a D combined on the top. Again, honestly, it's just like learning a language. When you first learn a new word in another language, that word is super uncomfortable. You can't really use it naturally in a sentence, right? So what you do is you hear the word over and over, you hear yourself speak that word, and you start trying to use it in context, and before long, you instantaneously recognize that word when someone else speaks it. That's the exact same thing that's happening here. Before long, you instantaneously recognize a shape, and it becomes second nature. All right, guys, I hope you found this super helpful. As always, please make sure to click subscribe, click like on the video, and please turn on the little bell so you have notifications on. That way you'll never miss a video. See you guys at the next one.
So I'm going to show you a very interesting test of perfect pitch, your ability to identify a note without a reference. I'm going to play you two notes, and I'm going to ask you a question. Ready? Okay. Here's note 1, and here's note 2. So my question for you is this. Which of these two notes was higher than the other? This question sounds simple, but statistically speaking, if you have perfect pitch, you are less likely to get this question correct than people like me who don't have perfect pitch, because you're perceiving the pitch chroma, the name of the note, more readily than the relationship between the notes. Very interesting. Here's another one. I'm going to play you two melodies. This is melody 1 and melody 2. Even though the melodies start on different notes, the distances between the notes is the same. And so we think of them as being the same melody, just transposed to different keys. But that isn't as immediately obvious to people with perfect pitch. There's a 2002 study where musicians with perfect pitch and without perfect pitch were shown sheet music of a melody and then played that melody back in a different key. They were then asked if the sheet music was the same melody as what they were hearing. Is this the same melody? And if it isn't the same melody, where does the melody change? Musicians with perfect pitch fared worse at perceiving the transpositional identity of the same melody than musicians without perfect pitch. Very interesting. Now, don't get me wrong. There are many things that people with perfect pitch can do that I can't, and I am definitely jealous of what folks like June Lee and Jacob Collier can do with their superhuman feats of ear training. But there are some reasons why you might not want to have perfect pitch, and your life as a musician or music lover is better without it. Let's get into them. This video is brought to you by CuriosityStream and my streaming service Nebula. Perfect pitch, or technically absolute pitch, is a disease.
We're here with Charlie Pooh. Charlie has a really crazy talent. He has a disease that's called perfect pitch. And basically can hear notes and he knows what they are just by listening to them.
It's hard to know just how many people are afflicted by the malady. Some studies suggest that it's just 1 in 10,000, but the noted epidemiologist Jimmy Fallon pegs that number a little bit higher.
If you know what that is, perfect pitch, like less than 1% of us have this talent.
And my YouTube algorithm breaking poll pegs that number at 3%, which is a lot higher than 1 in 10,000. So what exactly is going on here? Pitch perception exists kind of on a gradient from I have no idea what's going on to you can kind of think of 4 categories here: untrained, relative pitch, quasi-absolute pitch and absolute pitch. The way that we're going to talk about this is in terms of color perception, because that's often how people with absolute pitch think of it, as pitch chroma, pitch color. Untrained pitch is when you just don't categorize pitch when you're listening to music. It's like seeing the world in black and white. You might have a very deep relationship to the objects in the scene. The apple tastes just as fine to you, but you aren't perceiving the pitch. Absolute pitch is like seeing the world in color. You don't have to think about whether or not the apple is red. It's just red. The plant is green. The note is F sharp. With true absolute pitch, there is no thought process and no reference. The current scientific thinking suggests that the encoding occurs very early on in auditory perception. People who speak tonal languages like Mandarin, where the pitch contour is very important in communicating information, are more likely to develop absolute pitch than people who don't natively speak tonal languages, as well as people who start their musical training very early on in life. A full 74% of native Mandarin speakers who had their musical training start before age 5 had developed absolute pitch in one study, way more than that 1 in 10,000 number cited earlier. Now, I know this is controversial, but it's generally understood that you cannot learn perfect pitch as an adult. It is something that is learned in early childhood, and there's really nothing that you can do about it. But you can learn something which is almost as good, and that is called quasi-perfect pitch. Quasi-absolute pitch is kind of like looking at this grayscale image and seeing the apple, and then remembering, oh yeah, apples are red, and then seeing color. It's not as immediate. It's based on a memory, but you can use that memory to your advantage. There's a couple of ways that this works. The first way is what's called true pitch, or instrument-specific absolute pitch. It's when you are so familiar with the timbre of a specific note on a specific instrument because you played it over and over again. It's why many guitarists just know what the sound of the open E string of a guitar is. That's the open E string. Woodwind players, especially in my experience, clarinet players often have this because there's such a unique tone color to every note on the instrument. And they become very familiar with those unique tone colors as they relate to pitch. This all adds up to the thought process of, hey, that's an apple, and apples are red. There's also something called heightened tonal memory, which affects both musicians and non-musicians. Sometimes it's called the Levitin effect, where you've heard a song so often before that you can always reproduce that song in the correct key.
Honestly, you know what I go to? I go to a couple things. I go to Green Dolphin Street for one, so I always know where E flat is. I go to the So What bass line, so I always know where
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a real
and
good
I go to an F blues.
Interesting. Okay.
Some people might think I have perfect pitch if I'm quick enough at picking out those anchor points using relative pitch to figure out whatever the note you just played was. But that's not what's happening. It's actually just I'm just bouncing it off of the memory that I have as like an anchor, and then using relative pitch to figure it out.
Like for me, unfortunately, the song that the Levitin effect is most lodged in my brain is the last chorus to Don't Stop Believing by Journey. That's an E, by the way, that truck, because the last chorus of Don't Stop Believing goes, Don't Stop, which is an A and G sharp, and then that's down to an E. I'm not even going to check. But I don't have perfect pitch. I just have that tonal memory so deep in my brain because of cover gigs. Relative pitch is the final category, and it's probably the most useful for musicians. It's what we're trained in. It's the ability to identify notes and scales and chords and melodies and intervals and the relationships between them. So if you played this for a trained musician, they'd probably be able to tell you, oh yes, that's a 2 minor 7, a 5/7 flat 9, and a 1 major 7. They wouldn't necessarily be able to tell you the names of the notes. They could tell you the relationships between them, so that if you gave a reference, like you said the first chord began on the note G, they could calculate out the rest of the notes and the rest of the chords. The implications of this are kind of weird when you apply the color analogy here. It's like seeing this image in grayscale and then being told that the plant is green, therefore the apple must be red. It's like you're perceiving the wavelengths of the green and then calculating out the redness of the apple. Having relative pitch is kind of like being colorblind and then working out what colors are based on context. Color analogy breaks down a little bit here, but it's still kind of useful in understanding how other people might experience pitch. You know, when you assign words like red to some kind of color experience, you're assigning a category to that experience. It's called categorical perception. And that categorical perception is very much dependent on the language with which you speak. So, for example, in Russian, there are multiple words for what in English we might just call, like, blue. Like, there are multiple words for this. What's interesting is that studies of perfect pitch and absolute pitch have really just dealt with one kind of category, and that is 12-tone equal temperament. People who are trained in 12-tone equal temperament are more likely to assign their perception to the notes of the piano. I'd be really fascinated to see if that translates to different kinds of tuning systems in different cultures that didn't have 12-tone equal temperament as the default, but there haven't been any studies on that, so we shall see.
So to recap, we have 4 ways of experiencing pitch. We have absolute pitch, we have quasi-absolute pitch, we have relative pitch, and then we have the untrained ear.
Ну да, мы настроили на тебя рекламу, потому что поможем тебе вырасти до маркетолога уровня.
Я все же решил помочь сталкеру Волку, что заперт на элеваторе, и подошел к лагерю странных бойцов, вооруженных необычным оружием. Они действительно были расслаблены, что позволило мне утащить ключ от двери и, вернувшись на элеватор, освободить Волка. Но уходить мы не поспешили. Было решено дождаться, когда эти бойцы вернутся сюда, и посмотреть, чем они занимаются. И они действительно вернулись. Когда я подошел, чтобы увидеть, что они делают, те буквально испарились, однако оставили после себя флешку. Будем с этим разбираться. Не забудьте прожать лайк под это видео для его дальнейшего распространения. Приятного просмотра. Большинство ребят поддержало то, чтобы я отдал свой череп контролеру. Вернее, не свой, а тот, который я нашел в холодильнике. У меня такой вопрос. Большинство из этих же ребят либо сами играли в этот мод, либо уже видели прохождение. И все поступают именно так. Они отдают череп. Неужели вам не интересно, что будет, если сыграть по-другому, не так, как все? Ну, видимо, нет. Вы хотите опять смотреть на то же самое. Ладно, проблем нет. Разговариваем с ним. Хорошо, давай меняться. Инфа 3 полученным данные. Благодарю тебя, добрый человек. Получается, великий доктор ошибался. Не все люди злые и жестокие. Я расскажу тебе о том, где найти ценные вещи. Пойди в заброшенной деревне, что через дорогу, и найди на окраине ее маленькое кладбище. Там под одним из крестов есть тайник, который сделали твои соплеменники. Можешь брать оттуда все, что тебе нужно, потому что хозяева их уже давно мертвы. Прощай, до скорой встречи. Ну пока. Стой, подожди. Скажи мне, куда ты отправишься дальше по своим делам? И если забредешь в нашу общину, то эта штука пригодится тебе, чтобы пройти мимо привратников. Не выбрасывай ее. Что за община? Какие привратники? Зачем мне эта кормушка? Ну вот, в принципе, и все. Я получаю гармошку какую-то, чтобы пройти в общину. Думаю, что позже мы с вами выясним, что да как. Тут нам делать больше нечего, можем покидать эту местность. И вообще приходилось сюда немного за другими вещами. А именно где-то тут должен быть тайник из видения. Потому что я точно помню, что рядом был вагончик какой-то. Вот он вагончик, пожалуйста. И я стоял в каких-то камнях. Возможно, вон дальше там камни. И, по-моему, даже что-то черное вижу. Либо это костер, либо рюкзак. Подходим ближе, и это все-таки был рюкзак. Обновлено же в муравейнике приглашение. Обыскать место. Давай обыщем. Тут у нас находится ПМ-выключатель. Аномальное оружие. Пролежав долгое время в земле зоны, это оружие начало превращаться в артефакт. Теперь из него можно нанести дополнительный урон псевдопсам и слепышам. Далее страница дневника неизвестного и патроны для этого самого ПМ. Дневник неизвестного, часть 1. Неизвестный. Приглашение обновлено. Теперь поговорить с новичком. Что там за дневники такие? Ну, во-первых, инфа 3. На окраине хутора на кордоне есть маленькое кладбище. Тайник под одним из крестов. Это понятно. Дневник неизвестного, часть 1. Нас 4. Я никогда ранее не встречал этих людей и не знаю, как их зовут. Для краткости, каждый Каждый из нас придумал себе позывной. Дело предстоит необычное. Нужно кое-кого прихлопнуть. Странно, что этот кое-кто по кличке Жук задумался спрятаться в зоне. Впрочем, неизвестно толком, что это за человек. Возможно, он тут как рыба в воде, а мы знаем об аномалиях только понаслышке. Конечно, главный очкарик, перед тем, как вручить нам контракт, прочел краткий курс по выживанию здесь, в этом аду. Нам давали смотреть фотографии, показывали разные слайды, зачитывали инструкции, как определять опасные места и бороться с мутантами. Мне все это напомнило учебку 84-го перед Афганом. Там нам тоже много чего рассказывали. А в горах было по-другому. Коллеги подобрались вроде бы опытные. Не нравится мне только этот первый, которого поставили главным. Слишком высоко он себя ставит. Хотя в прошлом обычный силовик, мент. Возможно, даже пороху не нюхал. Ладно, в зоне все станет на свои места. Завтра нас перебросят за периметр. Блокпост прошли без проблем. Вояки немного по нам поработали, но все выше голов. Скорее всего, липа для отвода глаз. Ну и ладушки. Первый определил место для лагеря, но оказалось, что оно уже занято. Какие-то бомжи там уже расположились. Третий сразу же предложил их слить. Какой-то он нервный, однако. Я возразил, и остальные меня поддержали. Нам нельзя отвлекаться на разную чепуху. У нас серьезная цель. В этот же день мы потеряли первого. Очень странная смерть. Его убили из какого-то бесшумного оружия. Возможно, это была аномалия. Мы просто нашли его на посту без признаков жизни и без видимых повреждений. Не знаю, как остальным, а мне его не было жалко. Говно был, а не человек. Так тупо подставился. Сразу видно, не профессионал. Главным стал я, а первого мы похоронили вместе с его именным оружием. Двигаем на север, к местности, именуемой Свалка. Понятно. Теперь, значит, идти на свалку. И там использовать эту маску. Тем временем уже очень стемнело. Давай поскорее возвращаться в лагерь. У меня вроде как карма не низкая, и мутанты рядом со мной ночью спавниться не должны. Но, знаешь, всякое может быть. Там у нас артефакт появился. А что, может, даже когда пойдем заберем его? По идее, если я посплю, время промотается, и еще один должен появиться. Пистолет стоит 25 тысяч, кстати говоря, даже дороже, чем кольт, и он должен наносить дополнительный урон по собакам и псевдособакам. В принципе, для каргона очень даже полезно. Так, используем прибор, выискиваем частоты. Ага, пойман артефакт щебень. Я даже не заметил его, как я его подобрал. Ну, щебень и щебень. Лучше тут ничего не упадет. Хотя вроде гравий в начале игры упал, или нет? Кажется. Ты прикинь, это уже какая, 5-я серия, а мы все еще на кордоне. Ха, вот это да. Ладно, я так понимаю, что этот арт лучше не продавать, а у щебень можно. По поводу ибупрофенов, у меня есть 7 штук. Пойдем поговорим с новичком по поводу маски. И я нашел то самое место. И что там было? Вещи и часть дневника. Судя по той инфе, что там была, он принадлежал наемникам. Их было 4, и они должны были кого-то здесь ликвидировать. Один из них погиб, а остальные ушли вглубь зоны. Так, интересно. Ну-ка дай почитать. Ага, ясненько. Что делать с этим всем? У меня идея. Если их, как ты говоришь, было 4, то можно предположить, что и остальные тоже сложили голову. Есть смысл поискать их вещи. Наверное, там есть чем поживиться. Надо отправиться на другую локацию и попробовать одеть маску там. Возможно, она подскажет тебе новые секретные места. Так я поступлю. Все, по этому квесту теперь надо найти всех остальных членов группы и по записке, судя по всему, свалка следующая точка. Пойдем к Скидану. Эй, Скидан, мне нужно кое-что проверить. Что у тебя там? Это флешка с информацией. Куда ее не читает? А у тебя тут вроде как компьютер есть. Мне надо ознакомиться с ее содержимым. Давай ее сюда. Вот так. Странно. Ну-ка еще раз. Нет, не Паша. Похоже, что флешка твоя, Жекан, дохлая, потому что мой ноутбук ее не видит. Хреново. Значит, я так и не разгадаю эту загадку. Погоди-ка, что-то тут не так. Заработало? Нет, не заработало. Скажи мне, где ты эту флешку взял? Нашел неподалеку. Флешку? В зоне? Придумал бы что поинтереснее. Когда я помогал Волку, мы решили немного проследить за 3 какими-то подозрительными типами на старой мельнице. Внезапно они исчезли, словно растворились. А после них на земле я нашел эту флешку. Так интереснее, что за типы? Одеты были в форму, похожие на спецназовскую. Оружие имели хорошее, не охотничье. Все время по сторонам осматривались. Нет ли кого поблизости? Интересно, да. Короче, Жекан, не флешка это у тебя, а что-то другое. Что-то под нее сработанное или замаскированное. С чего ты взял? Я немного в электронике разбираюсь. Это раз. Во-вторых, она увесистее стандартной пластмассовой флешки. Плюс к тому же, на ней вот тут сбоку выгравирована некая эмблема в виде латинской буквы G. Таких фирм по производству электроники я не знаю. Есть мнение, что это скорее даже и не флешка, а источник аккумулятора. Аккумулятор? Да, источник питания. Я такие видел когда-то. Их обычно делают под заказ для разных фирм или частных лиц. В свете всех событий, что ты мне описал, мой тебе совет. Не выбрасывай эту штуку и жди гостей. Гостей? Думаешь, все 3 вернутся за ней? Думаю, да. И если ее у тебя не окажется, то я тебя не позавидую. Кажется, я влип. Я смотрел останки туриста и нашел в них контейнер. Он разъеден кислотой? Представь себе, нет. Однако он плотно закупорен. Погляди сам. Действительно. Ну-ка проверим, можно ли его открыть. Впрочем, стоп. Еще не хватало, чтобы из него какая-то дрянь вылезла и загадила мне бункер. Что ж ты предлагаешь? Подожди, не мешай. Так. Здесь сбоку есть надпись. Кардигановские лаборатории. Слышал я об этой лавочке. Они скупают разную дрянь для исследований через частных лиц. Так что
Смайлик.
контейнер надо этот выкинуть и подальше. Да уж, но я не пойму, почему этот турист, столь хорошо экипированный, погиб в студне? Ведь если он пришел сюда специально за образцом этой аномалии, то должная защита у него должна была быть. Тем более, что, по словам Волка, у него с собой был полный фарш. Почему турист погиб именно в студне? Хороший вопрос. Я тут вспомнил кое-что интересное, пока ты ходил. Рассказывай. Турист этот приходил ко мне 2-3 недели тому назад. Как он пробрался мимо военных, он ничего не сказал. Равно как и о цели своего прихода в зону. Да я и не спрашивал вообще-то. И даже не помню, как этого туриста звали. Помню только, что имя у него было иностранное. То ли Джон, то ли Джек. Так вот, приходил он ко мне, договаривался насчет проводника. Сказал, что будет здесь недолго. В саму зону углубляться не станет. Но ему якобы нужно было сделать несколько фотографий для какого-то журнала. Проводника он просил ему выбрать из местных. Я и посоветовал ему одного человека. Кого же? Да был тут один такой. Не знаю, как и назвать. Он вместе с группой пришел, из которых живых никого уже нет. Имени его я не знаю, потому что обращались к нему все только по кличке. Хотя некоторые из наших называли его не иначе, как бомж, потому что неряхой он был страшным. Никогда не мылся, все время ходил в засаленном ватнике и в какой-то дурацкой кепке. Плевался, сморкался, рыгал, как чернобыльский кабан, гадил где ни попадя. И запашок от него был еще тот. Я его к себе водовозом приспособил. Он мне в бункер воду таскал, дрова для печки колол. Какая кличка у него была? Ванамас. Странная кликуха, но всем было пофиг. В чем суть-то? Я отдал в проводники туристу нашего Ванамаса, и после этого ни туриста, ни бомжа никто не видел. Короче, все сначала подумали, что оба они сгинули, но в свете последних событий мне кажется, что дело нечисто. Понимаешь? Думаешь, что этот Ванамас мог прихлопнуть туриста за снарягу? Думаю, что мог. Мутный он был, понимаешь? Ну и что ты предлагаешь делать теперь? Если по большому счету, то всем пофиг. Это зона, здесь нет закона. Но напрашивается вопрос, а не бродит ли этот Ванамас где-то поблизости, вооруженный неплохой снарягой или с пушкой убитого? Что если завтра кто-то из наших пойдет в мусорке за артефактом, а вместо хабара получит пулю в лоб? Короче, надо как следует осмотреть близлежащие окрестности. Если бомж еще жив, то он должен где-то устроить себе логово. Не помешало бы... Не, ну я думаю, что лучше все-таки сначала допросить, потому что, мало ли, а вдруг он не убивал. Это как-то странно, сразу же кидать на человека обвинение, а вдруг, наоборот, тот человек убил Ванамаса. Поэтому найти и допросить. Полагаешь? Смотри, чтобы он тебя при допросе в спину не воткнул. Но раз уж ты такой крутой, то пожалуйста. Вряд ли бомж мог хорошо спрятаться здесь, на кордоне. Ищи его рядом с постройками или развалинами. Поищу. Советую разобраться в этой истории как следует. Здесь не так все просто. Ну я тоже самое говорю. Однозначно пойти замочить такое себе. Я сходил к обелиску, нашел под ним кое-что. Что ты там откопал? Это какая-то башка. Посмотри. С виду обычная голова зомби. Они толпами везде шатаются. Немного высохшая. Что в ней ценного? Если ты читал то, о чем писал Суслик в своих сообщениях Дыму, то должен помнить, что в поисках клада под обелиском ему умереть.
Ой, ну, вообще, да. О, Сторис, да. Где-то вот и девушка, говорил, что... Она пороги. Hm. Воронки. Шевелевашки. Shut up, please. Shut up. Ну нет, не Раджа. Это у меня шмайк. Этот самый. Давай. Давай. Нет, наоборот. Ну, быстрее. А, ну да, быстрее. это не
Всем привет! Сегодня мы расскажем и покажем, как работает агрегатор мессенджеров и соцсетей Inbox, встроенный в сервис YouNow. Интерфейс системы дружелюбен и будет понятен даже тем, кто никогда не работал с CRM-системами и helpdeskами. Давайте приступим. Заходим в систему. Первое, что отображается перед нами, это вкладка Flash. Здесь отображаются все новые сообщения от клиентов. Посмотрим, какой есть функционал в системе. Начнем с фильтров. Есть фильтры по каналам, по источникам, по сотрудникам, по тегам, по типам сообщений и по статусу сообщения. Также есть поиск по клиентам и по сообщениям. Теперь посмотрим сам диалог. Первое, что у нас открывается, это переписка с клиентом. Теперь нам необходимо решить, что делать с диалогом, принять его или отправить в архив, если он не актуален. Также тот, кто принял диалог из ваших сотрудников, сразу назначается ответственным за этот диалог. Теперь рассмотрим правое меню. В том поле указывается информация, откуда поступил диалог, телефон, почта, адрес. Далее указывается информация об обращении, статус воронки, стоимость, если вы договорились с клиентом в процессе диалога. Информация о товарах. Обратите внимание, у нас есть интеграция с «Мой склад». Заметки. Можно добавить тег, комментарий и добавить напоминание, если это необходимо. Теперь рассмотрим само окно переписки, указываем текстовое сообщение. Можно выбрать, куда отключать. В том случае у нас подключен аккаунт Instagram Direct. В случае, если у вас подключен Instagram комментарии, вы можете выбрать, куда отключать клиенты. В Direct или в комментарии. Шаблонный ответ.
Хлопачами на одном из недавних стримов, который проходил 500 лет тому назад, мне один молодой человек задал вопрос. Дословно, нахуй ты играешь в ебучий ДТР, когда есть мизери? И меня осенило. Во-первых, это что надо банить таких долбоебов, которые, блядь, указывают мне во что играть. И во-вторых, действительно, нахуй нужен ебучий ДТР, когда есть богоподобный мизери. И вот я все скачал, вы посмотрите, даже ярлыки указывают на то, что ДДР это серый кусок параши, блядь, который никому нахуй не нужен, а мизери это что-то яркое и увлекательное. Блядь, не могу ничего с этого поделать, я прям проникся модом,
Мне подвернулся шанс пройти через железную дорогу. Для этого надо было лишь заманить боевиков в Анама.
Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. My name is Akira. I'm a pianist, piano teacher, and a translator who has lived in 3 different countries. On my YouTube channel, I'm posting my performances as well as videos about music and not about music, whatever I find interesting. So please subscribe and hit the bell button next to it so you'll get notification whenever I put out next video. Today I'm going to talk about voicing. Voicing in piano refers to playing certain part of the music louder or softer or in different tones so you can distinguish from the rest of the sound. To better understand it, I'm going to play a few examples with and without voicing so you can hear the difference. Here's the main theme from Pavan for Dead Princess. This is how it should sound with proper voicing. This is how it sounds without voicing. When voiced correctly, you can really hear the melody standing out of the rest of the sound. And it gets even worse when the music gets more complicated. But if you voice correctly and bring out the melody and suppress the rest of the sound, it'll sound like this. One of the benefits of piano is that you can play the entire music by yourself, from the bass to soprano. Many other instruments can play only one or a few pitches at the same time, so you need a few musicians to get together to play the entire piece. But with 10 fingers, we can play many sounds at the same time and create the entire music by yourself. But that comes with one challenge. If you don't voice it properly, you won't be able to hear the melody clearly over the accompaniment. And that's where the voicing comes in. I feel like voicing is one of the most neglected topics taught by piano teachers. And even though I had many wonderful teachers, I feel like I really found out how to do voicing in college. I knew as a pianist I had to bring out the melody over accompaniment, but I wasn't quite sure how to do it. So today I'm making this video so that you can have a head start on it. And to introduce voicing to my students, I use this music called Fallen Leaves in Piano Adventure Series, Level 2A, Lesson Book. In my studio, this is the second book students get, and they usually get to this point in about a year and a half. So you can tell I introduced the concept of voicing early on. I'm going to play this piece once so you can hear how it sounds.
Вести бизнес можно, избавив себя от рутины, поиска клиентов, запуска рекламы, ведения соцсетей и прочего.
I have a few reasons why I use this music for first voicing lesson. But one of them is because this is so beautiful with voicing. And it has such a simple structure where right hand is your melody and left hand is your accompaniment, except for this E right here. This is originally meant for introducing ledger line E. But I find this music such an opportunity to introduce students to voicing. And it's supposed to play with damper pedal all the way. And I'll talk about damper pedals more in a future video, but damper pedal exaggerates everything. So if you're playing beautifully with nice voicing with your fingers, that's going to sound very, very beautiful. But if you're not doing it properly, it's going to sound like a mess, like this. You can't even hear the melody. So how do you start doing voicing? First, we're going to have to think about what makes your piano sound louder and softer. And that is your finger pressure. If you're playing with a proper technique, you should be playing with curved finger like this. And then when you play the key, you're going to curve even further and tap onto the key like this. Of course, with your fingertip. Now when you play, if you squeeze these muscles harder and tap harder, you get louder sound. If you gently tap by gently squeezing these muscles, then you get softer sound. Loud, soft. You can't really see the difference, but it's all about how much squeeze you have in your finger. So this is another reason you can't collapse your fingers. Then you have no control of these muscles. At this point, your finger is just a stick. So after learning all the notes and rhythm, the first thing I ask my students to do is to play right hand really loud and then left hand really soft, like this. Of course, this is not pretty, and you're not going to perform like this. But this is just to get your hands to play at different strengths. And when you first start this feels like impossible because our brain's programmed to play right hand and left hand at the same strength, or to do anything with your right hand and left hand at the same strength. Unless you are trying to squeeze out the last bit of toothbrush from the tube while holding a tofu in your left hand, you will never have to do something really strong in your right hand and really soft in your left hand at the same time in your daily life. So this is the exercise I make my students do during the lesson. You're going to take the first two notes you're going to play together in this music. Left hand A, right hand D, and play the left hand really soft and right hand really loud. But not at the same time, but slightly off from each other. So like left, right, like this. And you repeat that a few times and get them closer and closer. And hopefully you can play soft and loud at the same time. But if it doesn't work, then try the reverse. Do the right hand first, left hand next. And let's hope you can do both hands together at the same time. And you do the same thing with the next notes together. Left hand A and right hand C. Or now keep in mind, this is really, really difficult. So when you do for the first time, most students can't do it both hands together. So they're going to have to go home and practice this. And hopefully after a week of practicing in the next lesson, they can play for me like I played before. Some students master that in a week, while others take a few weeks to do so. But everybody eventually gets it. Once the students can play this music with exaggerated voicing, then I introduce them to arm weight. Have you thought about how heavy your arm is? it's very, very hard to feel because your own muscles can lift it very easily up and down. And you almost don't feel the weight of the arm, but your arms are pretty heavy. Try to sneak up to someone while sleeping and try to lift their arms. It's going to feel very, very heavy to you. When you're playing the piano, while playing the key, all of your arm weight is going into the keys through your finger. That is if you're playing with a curved finger properly. But when you're playing normally, your arm weight is always on. And arm weight helps you play clearly with more projective sound, like this. But when you don't want those sounds to be clear and projective, and rather be in the background, then you take off the arm weight, and it'll sound like this. I hope my microphone is picking up the difference. But if it is, you should be able to hear sort of a hollow sound. You can hear it, it's there, but it doesn't really catch your attention. And that's the kind of sound you want for the accompaniment. And to practice that, you can use the other hand and support your wrist like this, so it doesn't lean onto the keys. And try to play the keys like this. It's going to feel very, very weird for the first time because you're so used to using the arm weight to play the keys up until this point. But this is something new. You have to get used to it. Like when you first started playing the piano, you had to keep your fingers curved and you have to get used to it. It's the same concept. But in reality, you can't always use right hand to support the left hand because your right hand should be playing the melody. So you can do this. Lift up your left arm a little bit higher like this. It's going to feel pretty awkward, but this is going to force your arm muscle to support its own weight and play like this. And add your right hand and try to play normally. When you're doing this, it's going to feel very awkward because your left hand is lifted up, right hand is lower, so you feel crooked. But that's how it should be feeling when you're playing the music with right hand melody, with left hand accompaniment. Once you get used to it, and if your arm can support its own weight without lifting up higher, then you can actually put both hands at the right height. But because your left hand is always supported by the arm and right hand is leaning onto the key, it's going to still somewhat feel a little crooked. And again, let's get used to it, because that's how it feels to play the piano. Usually, your melody is on top, and then accompaniment is on the bottom. So your right hand will take the melody, and then left hand is going to play the accompaniment. Now I'm going to play the entire piece with proper voicing one more time. Final note. Now that students learning arm weight technique, I usually have them take off both hands' arm weights off. Of course, sometimes your left hand is a melody and right hand is accompaniment. In that case, you're going to have to do the opposite of it. And that's going to be another challenge. And when your music gets more and more advanced, then you're going to have melody and accompaniment at the same time in one hand. So you're going to have to voice it within one hand. And that's going to be another day's talk. But I hope this video is going to help you start thinking about voicing, practicing how to do the voicing, and if you learned something from this video, as usual, please hit the like button so YouTube will know I'm putting out good content. I'm planning to put out more tutorial videos in the future, so if you haven't subscribed and hit the bell button, please do so that you won't miss my next video. If you have any comments or questions, please leave them in the comment. I always enjoy reading everybody's comments and answering the questions. Alright, that's going to be it for today. Thanks for watching and see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. My name is Akira. I'm a pianist, piano teacher, and a translator who's lived in 3 different countries. On my YouTube channel, I'm posting my performances as well as videos about music and not about music, whatever I find interesting. So please subscribe and hit the bell button next to it so you'll get notification whenever I put out next video. Today I'm going to talk about voicing. Voicing in piano refers to playing certain part
You think you've seen a scam before, but wait until you see this one. So just last week, a 22-year-old Bitcoin millionaire called Eric Finman announced to the world the Freedom Phone, a fully private smartphone, completely free of censorship and snooping by the big tech companies like Facebook and Twitter, and at the same time, one that is supposedly comparable. Passionately excited about it, including some pretty well-known influencers who've basically been telling people to drop what they're doing and to buy this right now. So I did. Quite literally, and paid $500 for a Freedom Phone. And thanks to Dashlane for sponsoring this video. So, this has got to be some next-level smartphone, right? After all, the last Freedom Phone we saw was... Oh, right, yeah. Anyways, just to give you a bit of context, Eric's reason for creating this phone was apparently inspired by the Jan 6th riots in the US. You might remember it. Donald Trump lost the election, and so a lot of his supporters stormed the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. to try and overturn that result. Now, what made this whole thing even more controversial was that a lot of this rioting had been coordinated on a free speech app called Parler. And so after all this happened, Google and Apple removed this app from their stores to discourage more people from joining in. This was the pivot point. Eric's whole message is that this was an unacceptable form of censorship, and that people should be able to say the things they want to say, and use the apps they want to use. So, he's created a phone that allows them to do that. Okay, I mean, I can also see the other side of that coin, but yeah, just putting the political premise aside, freedom itself is a fairly easy philosophy to get behind. So, let's see what we're working with here. If you were an uninitiated consumer who didn't really know much about phones, but saw the inspirational Twitter video and decided you want to buy, are you actually getting more freedom? Well, sort of. Maybe. The entire pitch here rests on this supposed new operating system that he's built, aptly named Freedom OS. It's basically Android, but with a lot of the snooping apps like Google Chrome taken out and replaced with non-snooping alternatives like DuckDuckGo. Misleading that he's pitching it like it's some revolutionary software he's built from scratch, but we'll let that slide. And just to give the guy a little bit of credit, he's not wrong in that there are certain apps that Google has censored, that this phone's app store called Patriot will allow you to download. And the kind of finishing message that he's leaving people with is that Freedom Phone does everything your current phone does, except censor and spy on you. This is where things start to go wrong. I mean, just to begin with, we can't verify that statement because we've got no idea what it does. There's not a single spec on the website. You don't know what processor you're getting, what cameras, what battery, and instead under each feature category, it's just a buy it now button. Like, even if this is made for people who may not care about the specs, for $500, they should at least be able to know what they're paying for. All we have is this little quote that says, best phone in the world. But who said that? Is this guy quoting himself? Also, isn't it just a little ironic, given the whole anti-big tech stance, that this product was announced via a tweet, and then the buy page actively encourages you to sign up to and share using these big tech platforms? But okay, just putting all that aside for a second, the concept of Freedom OS is fine. It's just, from everything we can see so far, it looks almost identical to an already existing free piece of software called Lineage OS. That would be a best-case scenario. See, this Finland guy's had a pretty interesting story. He basically made a deal with his parents that if he could turn $1,000 into $1 million via investments, they would let him skip college. And he did. He put all of that $1,000 he had into Bitcoin, back when Bitcoin was worth nothing, and when that blew up, his 1,000 ballooned into well over 2 million. That's all well and good. Congratulations to him. But the point is, it doesn't in any way qualify him to be responsible for all of your data. It might be a little more reputable than one or two CEOs I know. But seriously, if this guy actually has built his own, a little more reputable than one or two CEOs I know. But seriously, if this guy actually has built his own operating system like he's claiming, then that is a whole other security risk in of itself. Let alone the fact that, can you really rely on Eric Finman to provide you with the regular security updates your phone needs to protect itself? And if you're not getting those updates, then having a completely unfiltered app store, where nothing is censored, even if it's malware, could create more problems than it solves. This is probably the reason for articles like this, bit harsh, but the point stands that nothing this guy has done so far in his career demonstrates that he is in any way an authority on security. Let alone the fact that who knows what kind of support you're going to get here. There's no contact number for the company, and the only email address doesn't answer, or at least has left me unread for 3 days straight. Besides, this whole idea of giving people the option to use apps that have been banned is not a selling point. If I wanted to download Parler on my Android phone, even though I can't find it on the Google Play Store, all I need to do is to rock up to the Parler website and just get it from there, for free. And even this Patri app store itself, we can see from these celebrity endorsement videos what the interface looks like. And that's enough to all but confirm that all this store is a rebadged version of an already existing free app. And if you are enjoying this video, then a sub to the channel would be invaluable. Didn't see that one coming, did you? Oh yeah, and let's talk about these celebrity endorsement videos actually. Because as soon as this phone was announced, we saw a whole load of high-profile people drop videos that basically said, this is the best thing since sliced bread. We had Candace Owens, who's an American author, who said,
Freedom phone. Literally, I'm holding a phone that is not controlled by Apple Google. I think this is like the most need to get this phone.
I don't know, Candace. Need is a pretty strong word. I need food. I need water. I probably don't need an unknown spec $500 notched rip-off phone. And clearly neither do you. This girl spent a good minute talking about how easy it is to switch her SIM over and how it's the first thing she did from her iPhone, and yet her tweets after this video are still coming from an iPhone. Oh yeah, and how could I forget?
You can get 10% off by using just my first name, Candace. If you use the code Candace, if you use the code Candace at checkout.
There are plenty more of these endorsement videos, but probably the funniest one is from a girl called Anna Kate. It's literally 30 minutes of pure gold. I kind of wish I could show you the whole thing, but I'll settle for highlights. For starters, she has no idea what it is.
It's an Android? I don't think it's an Android. Is it an Android? I'm not really sure.
Well said.
There is no face recognition, which I love.
What's next? It doesn't make calls, which I love. Face recognition is a useful feature. If you don't like it, you can always turn it off.
So I like that it very much reminds me of an Apple phone.
Пишите код, табная ускоряет процесс написания кода. С помощью искусственного интеллекта табная.
It's an Android. Oh, yeah, and don't forget...
If you want to get it, use code KATE. You'll get 10% off.
It doesn't take long to figure out why these people are involved. It turns out the Freedom Phone company has set up an affiliate scheme that pays promoters $50 per sale, which means that, let's say I made a video telling you to drop what you're doing right now and buy it, and let's say 20,000 of you actually went through and placed an order, that would be $1 million. But this is the worst bit. So far, all we've gathered is that all the phone's main selling points aren't really selling points. But This is where it goes from bad product to scam. See, this is an America First phone, right? This thing's entire angle is that your data is yours, get away from spyware, etc. Even the logo is based on the US flag, except it's actually built by a small phone company in China. The one country that Donald Trump, who's almost like the supposed inspiration for this phone, accused of spying. The guy even went as far as to completely ban Chinese Huawei for this exact reason. Finland's justification was that, well, it's impossible to build a phone top to bottom in the US right now, citing the fact that Motorola struggled with this exact same thing. Hey, maybe that would be an issue if, you actually built this phone yourself. But it gets worse. In an interview with Daily Beast, he let loose that the company he was working with was in fact Unidigi, known for their shop.
Красота, понял, ты идешь, да. Вы же не пропустили, нет? Вот это хорошо, это круто. Знаешь, не свободно, люди, да. Не выходит так, не выходит так. Да.
Shockingly low cost, then hey, maybe that would be an issue if you actually go to it yourself. But it gets worse. In an interview with Daily Beast, he let loose that the company he was working with was in fact YouNow, known for their shockingly low cost and absolutely not their reputation for security. Oh, and would you look at that? YouNow already has a phone that looks exactly like yours, the A9 Pro. The notch is the same, the buttons are the same, the camera layout exactly the same. But these are not two different phones. So what you actually mean when you say you work with YouNow is these are Pro. That YouNow already has a phone that looks exactly like yours, the A9 Pro. The notch is the same, the buttons are the same, the camera layout exactly the same. But these are not two different phones. So what you actually mean when you say you work with YouNow is that you went onto Alibaba and you ordered 1,000 phones for $100 each. I mean, by this logic, Tim Cook and I are best friends because I've been ordering his iPhones for the last 5 years. Just to give you some perspective here, while a company like Samsung might make 20% profit per phone, Xiaomi might make 10% or maybe even 5%, this guy is out here trying to make a 500 perspective here. While a company like Samsung might make 20% profit per phone, Xiaomi might make 10% or maybe even 5%, this guy is out here trying to make a 500% markup by only adding features that you can already get for free. Finman has tried to justify this $500 price tag by saying the phone features customized hardware and improved memory. But we know what that really means. He's gone onto the store, clicked this button, and then clicked this button. But what makes it even funnier is the fact that the YouNow A9 Pro is not even one of the company's current models. It's a phone from 2020, and the chipset inside of it, the MediaTek Helio P60, has been known to be vulnerable to authentication bypass attacks. This isn't the product of someone who actually cares about privacy, it's the product of someone who's trying to take advantage of people who aren't as tech savvy. And you just don't realize that A, the hardware inside is incredibly cheap, and B, that they can get all of these apps that are on here for free anyways. It's tricking people into thinking they're buying a US-centric device, when actually they might as well have just imported a phone from China and used all the extra money to feed their family for a month. On the subject of dodgy online happenings, this is Dashlane, an app whose entire goal is to make the internet easier. So you've probably been told at some point that the internet is a dangerous place, that you're constantly at risk of being hacked, and that you should make each of your account passwords not just different, but also complex enough that they end up looking like this. But who's going to remember them? That's what Dashlane's for. You can either use your fingerprint or your Face ID, and Dashlane will then be one, it's faster, because it works no matter which device we're using. I could be autofilling on Google Chrome on my Mac, but then pick up my iPhone, open Safari, and still have the same details ready to go. And two, it's safer, because instead of just remembering a password that you typed in, Dashlane can auto-generate the best passwords for you. So you can have every single one of your accounts completely locked down, but at the same time, the only thing you'll ever need to access them is you. If that sounds helpful, then you can actually try Dashlane for free on your first device by just going to dashlane.com/boss. Then if you go through that link and then decide that you want to upgrade for premium, you can get that for 50% off using the code BOSS. To see the biggest nightmare tech fails, click here, or to see what I want Apple to change on the next iPhone, click here. My name is Aaron, this is Mr. Who's the Boss. I'll catch you next. Okay, this is the Vivo X60 Pro Plus.
Смотри, я плохо питаюсь, как бы, без белка, вот вы там говорили. Просто, да, я как бы, ну да, понимаю. Здесь сейчас вот, да, себя такие. Ну, если это можно так назвать, то можете, да, ну ладно.
And it's the most camera that I think a phone has ever been. This is a sponsored video, so it's not a review, but it just does a lot of interesting things. So, these are my top 10. Side note, it's almost sad that I have to say this, but in 2021, it is a feature for a flagship phone to come with everything in the box. Charger, case, USB-C cable, and a pair of earphones. So, number 10. This phone is fast. Snapdragon 888, 12 gigs of LPDDR5 RAM, 256 gigs of UFS 3.1 storage by default. And if you're someone who keeps an eye on benchmarks, this is right next to the ROG Phone 5 as the highest score I've ever recorded. But every flagship phone in 2021 is fast. What makes this interesting is that it's got that ultra performance, it's got the ultra camera, but it's not exactly ultra in dimensions. Most companies with their maxed out models, they go for somewhere between 6.7 and 6.9 inches in terms of screen. This is 6.56, which makes it sit somewhere between the base Galaxy S21 and the Galaxy S21 Plus in terms of footprint. The camera module doesn't protrude on the back, but it's a really grippable size. Number 9. Every phone has customization, but I don't think I've ever seen this extent of control over core system animations. I think it'll surprise you. So for starters, you've got an ambient light around the edges of the screen, and this can be configured into all sorts of shapes and sizes depending on whether you're receiving a call, listening to music, getting a notification, etc. You've got 6 different icons for your in-display fingerprint scanner. But get this, those can be mixed and matched with 8 different animations for the scanner, and then 6 more animations for the facial recognition. So without even touching wallpaper, you have like 300 different visual combinations for your lock screen. Oh yeah, and you can change the charging animation, the USB insertion animation, but get this, those can be mixed and matched with 8 different animations for the scanner, and then 6 more animations for the facial recognition. So without even touching wallpaper, you have like 300 different visual combinations for your lock screen. Oh yeah, and you can change the charging animation, the USB insertion animation, and even in what way the screen will turn off when you hit the standby button. These are such easy features to implement. I don't know why more companies don't do them. Anyways, as you can probably tell by the dimensions of the thing, cameras are a very important part of this phone's DNA. And so, before we get into the meat of it,
Определенно со мной происходит что-то странное. Каждый раз, когда я спускаюсь по лестнице, я начинаю танцевать, причем замедление. Неужели все дело в том, что я герой?
Number 8 is the zoom. Now, I'm not really a huge zoom person, but it's surprisingly good, given that it's not meant to be one of the phone's selling points. Like up until you get to 10 times zoom, so 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, 8 times, it is at least as good as the Galaxy S21 Ultra. And then after 10 times it falls behind, but not really by as much as you might think. But then we get to the main camera. Long story short, it's an enormous sensor, like bigger than that of the Galaxy S21 Ultra, paired with the widest aperture that I've seen on a phone in the last 2 years, at f1.57. And there's a very distinct result you get from credentials like this. The Vivo X60 Pro Plus is a bokeh machine. Or in other words, photos have A, incredibly crisp foregrounds, and B, incredibly blurred backgrounds. For as long as I can remember, this is the closest a phone has gotten to taking photos that look DSLR-like. Except, unlike DSLRs, this has possibly the most aggressive HDR algorithm I've ever seen, if you're into that. They're basically just incredibly blurred backgrounds. For as long as I can remember, this is the closest a phone has gotten to taking photos that look DSLR-like. Except, unlike DSLRs, this has possibly the most aggressive HDR algorithm I've ever seen, if you're into that. It basically just means you're quite unlikely to end up with overexposed skies, even if it can feel a little inorganic. So, lots of natural bokeh means that you shouldn't need to use portrait mode less. But number 6 is that if you do decide to use portrait mode, it's quite a lot of fun here. You get a bunch of different portrait modes. There's one called French Impressions that, I'm going to be honest, confuses me. But the majority do distinctly change the end image in a good way. It's even got night mode portraits, which uses the flash while capturing to keep faces bright. The thing, I'm going to be honest, confuses me, but the majority do distinctly change the end image in a good way. It's even got night mode portraits, which uses the flash while capturing to keep faces bright. But the signature one here is called Biotar. So, it's probably not a surprise to you that this phone is a partnership with Zeiss. You literally can't miss it. And Biotar is basically a lens design that Zeiss came up with. We're talking years ago, like 1920s. It then became a bit of a collector's item because it whips it. Not surprised you that this phone is a partnership with Zeiss. You literally can't miss it. And Biotar is basically a lens design that Zeiss came up with. We're talking years ago, like 1920s. It then became a bit of a collector's item because of the unique look it could create. They call it rotational bokeh. And so the idea of this portrait mode is that it recreates that lens. Plus, you can also refocus shots after you've taken them, which is always fun. But there's another feature linked to this whole Zeiss thing. Probably subtler, but I think the concept of it is cooler. Like, we all know at this point that just having a camera company's name slapped onto a phone doesn't make it good. But with this phone, Zeiss has used their own signature T-star glass on the lenses. And just having a camera company's name slapped onto a phone doesn't make it good. But with this phone, Zeiss has used their own signature T-star glass on the lenses. And that apparently eliminates internal reflections. The way they brand it is as making the glass completely invisible, and therefore apparently creating cleaner images. It's a pretty hard one for me to test though. I can't exactly scratch it off and then do a before and after, but you can kind of see it in action if you point this phone at a bright light source. You can tell that the lens isn't fighting as much with the light by how there's much less glow, or ghosting from it. And number 4, much with the light, in action if you point this phone at a bright light source. You can tell that the lens isn't fighting as much with the light by how there's much less glow, or ghosting from it. And number 4, the icing on the cake, I'm so sorry, is motion autofocus. So, it turns out this phone has a full menu all about making sure it keeps focus on things. So it can do eye autofocus, body autofocus, and even object autofocus. And with each one, it's just locking on a different thing and keeping focus on it wherever that thing goes. These are features that I've just got on my actual main Sony a7S III camera. But now we're into the top 3. First up is gimbal stabilization. So, you might remember last year's X50 Pro. This was basically the gimbal phone, because it was the first to have a camera that could not just physically move, but also rotate to counteract your hand movements. And in some situations you could really tell, but equally in a lot of them its footage didn't look distinctly different to, say, a Samsung, which already has good stabilization. This is different. They've not just improved the stabilization system by giving the camera an extra dimension in which it can compensate your movements with, but they've also moved it from the main camera to the ultra-wide camera, which, because it's more zoomed out, is naturally less prone to shaking anyways. And the implication of this is that in just about every single scenario, you can tell. I did do a couple of tests. This is a cinematic shot take on both, and while they do both look good, you can feel the effect of the gimbal. This is me running. The Vivo is much more focused on the subject, although I could see some people preferring more natural motion. And this is what happens when you move to lower light. This is like a best case scenario for the Vivo, where the electronic image stabilization on most phones just kind of falls apart. Number 2, you're either going to find this really surprising, or it's exactly what you expected. So, I mentioned earlier that this is a massive camera sensor paired with, I've literally got cat fur everywhere, paired with a wide aperture. Well, alongside bokeh, this kind of setup is also conducive to really bright night photos. Actually, probably the brightest nighttime photos I've ever seen on a phone, or any camera for that matter. To some extent, it is stylistic. Like, I don't think the best night mode shots are necessarily the brightest, but this has the detail too. The first couple of times I took one, I had to genuinely take a moment, like, what? Then there's a bit more to it. It's got different styles of night mode, and while some of them are just kind of flat filters, there are a few that make quite dramatic changes to the color profile. And I did eventually find a night where a few stars popped out. I'm talking Britain here, so I do literally mean a few stars. You can see the behind the scenes shot here, but it was enough to give me a chance to try the Astro mode. It's good. It's really quite good. Like, this is not a 100% like-for-like comparison, but for context, this is a tripod-enhanced night mode on the S21 Ultra, and this is the Astro mode on the X60. It's the most stars that I've ever seen from my back garden. So while I was at it, I took another one, and yeah, you get the idea. But here's the other thing. Because the ultra-wide camera is now the one to have the gimbal stabilization system on it, it can hold itself still for like 10 seconds at a time, meaning that this is also the brightest ultra-wide night mode I've seen. And speaking of things that are bright, if you are enjoying this video, then a sub to the channel would be illuminating. How it looks. Anyways, number one, I did tell you that this phone is half camera. It's an extension of this night mode. Night mode panoramas. Pretty self-explanatory. It combines night mode with the ability to pan around and capture an entire cityscape. Admittedly, this is Nottingham, UK we're talking about, so it's no Hong Kong, but it looks crispy. And there you have it, X60 Pro Plus. Thanks for watching. My name is Aaron. This is Mr. Who's the Boss, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Сотрудники для малого бизнеса на ХХ.ру. Это ваш магазин одежды с модными в этом сезоне моделями и с яркими принтами. Но он закрыт, потому что вы все еще ищете продавца, на которого можно положиться. Разместите вакансию на ХХ.ру. Общайтесь с кандидатами и найдите продавца, который подходит именно вашему бизнесу. Здесь найдутся те, кто вам нужен.
Незабудни на Яндекс.Маркете. Большая распродажа товаров для ваших впечатлений. Только до 26 сентября. Скачайте приложение.
So, this is the OnePlus 9, and this is the OnePlus 9 Pro. And they might just be the best value phones in 2021. Let's get into it. 10 out of 10 presentation box, I've got to say. This thing was so heavy that I've really been half surprised it was just filled with rocks. But no, as soon as you open it, this enormous spaceman poster reveals itself. This will make more sense later. And then we have the OnePlus 9 and the OnePlus 9 Pro. There's also a drawer underneath, which just shows a couple of the cases you can get. The first being carbon fiber, which, to be honest, I think really works in terms of texture. But then there's also a classic OnePlus Samsung one, which, by comparison,
Если денег не дают, делать что-то.
plus a 50-watt wireless charger. Yeah, it's a chunky bit of kit, but at the same time, not many phones can wirelessly charge at 50 watts, so it's impressive. But all that stuff's just a bit of fun. The only thing that really matters here is the retail boxes, what you get if you buy one of these. So, this is the OnePlus 9, you get a little manual up top, there's the phone, and then apart from the effect which OnePlus has never given, it's the full package. You get a clear case with a bit of texture, a red USB cable, and a 65-watt charger. And then we've got the Pro, which is a very similar package, so we won't do the whole thing again. But the one difference is that instead of clear, Pro, you get a matte clear case. And thanks to VPN for sponsoring this video. Okay, here's the thing with OnePlus. For the last 5 years, they've just been extremely easy phones to recommend. They're cheaper than the competition. They've still had top-end specs, and they've run on software that's both slick and intuitive for non-techies, but it's good enough for people who are looking for it. And that mentality hasn't changed this time around. Like, bearing in mind that the OnePlus 9 starts at £629 here in the UK, it's about 20% cheaper than Samsung's base S21. Getting a lot of stuff here. Like, both the 9 and the 9 Pro have that Dragon chipset, with performance that actually comes out slightly higher than that of Galaxy S21 Ultra in isolated test. But like that phone does also fall with persistent usage. They've got 120Hz Blue AMOLED displays, dual stereo speakers, which I think are A- to. They're not the best, but they're also definitely not the worst. 4,500 mAh batteries, wireless charging plus wireless reverse charging, and warp charge 65T, which is 65 watt charging, it's nice to be able to charge from 1 to 100 minutes. I was a bit confused though, why giving me a 1 to 100 figure. So I tested it myself, and if you charge from 0 to 100, which is probably the more likely scenario, it's more like 33 minutes. Still, very rapid though. And then we've got the 9 Pro, which for 829 has a few things that separate from the normal line.
Я уже устал звать вас на вебинар.
Новый формат онлайн-образования. Учись сейчас, оплати после трудоустройства. Символ же поучиться.
Тобольский Дан предложил мне очень опасное дело. На АТП поселился контролер, который представляет угрозу для местных сталкеров. Надо с ним разобраться, что я сделал, попутно получить достижения. Однако это еще не все. На кордоне множество законченных дел, которыми я займусь в этой серии. Буду вам признателен, если обеспечите ролику мощный старт своими лайками и комментариями. Приятного просмотра. Так, кукла сказала, что она что-то видит, поэтому нам нужно активировать куклу на F10 и спросить, что ты видишь. В одном из помещений спрятан ящик с хабаром. Проверь гараж. Информация. Не забываем, что это был Сноуден, плюс какой-то сталкер непонятно валялся. Знал, что приду в лагерь, спрошу, что надо. И вот этот вот батюшка, что он себя представляет? Это некто механик. У него мы находим 10 порка и спички. Отлучка новичок. Кстати говоря, вроде как я могу себе крафтить заряды усиленные для самопала. Только я не совсем понимаю, как. Да, комиссия использовать и что? Нужны подшипники. Ага, все понял. Подшипники есть. И в то же время я перегружен. 80 килограмм. Подожди, у меня опять ватик не влазит. А, я второй ватик нашел. У меня теперь два новых ватика, что ли, получается. Немного не понял. 80 килограмм. Может, кажется, пока но по идее они никуда не должны где стать. Правильно? Правильно. Так что по этому поводу не переживаем. Разбиваем ящики под лестницей. Вот так. О, 2 бутылки. Водки у меня уже 10 бутылок. И, значит, говорит про гараж. Ну, давай проверим, что будет где-то. Вот ящик, например, какой-то вижу. А выстрелись. Выстрелись. Вот ящики. Может, разбить надо. Ага, смотри, тут кое-что есть. Это что? Походный ремкомплект. Это имелось в виду. Да кто знает, вряд ли у меня один уже такой есть для чистки или ремонта амуниции в походных условиях. К сожалению, содержимое набора произведено кустарным способом, кем-то из народных умельцев. Ага, видели? Я думаю, видели. Ну все, я уставший максимально. 74 из 70. Надо донести, чтобы сложить. Уже нельзя. Давай энергетику. Он полностью восстанавливает мне энергию. Итак, ящики. Получен элитный детектор. Да ты что? Вот так просто. Элитный детектор. Его, кстати, на поезд же можно поставить. Это детектор. Это универсальный. А я подобрал вроде элитный. Что я туплю, я не вижу его у себя в инвентаре. Ну смотри, все-таки это универсальный. Видишь, у меня сейчас нет, подбираю, и вот он появляется. Там написано элитный, тут написано универсальный. Это ввело меня в ступор. Ну хорошо, пусть будет. За ними позже вернемся. И в принципе больше меня тут ничего не держит. Вообще надо сходить. Я сейчас, наверное, по заданиям схожу в лагерь и скину барахло. Слишком уж много у меня всякого. А это там стоит без космоса. Вообще не понял этого звука. Все, останьте. Почему не будете теперь признавать? Что происходит? Не пойму. Тут, оказывается, может, выносит инстинкт мать, что ли? Ладно, завали паразита. Вот это ты круто. Просто не верится. Скидывай на тебя. Тебе до небес превозносить будет. Надеюсь, больше ничего подобного ему в голову не взбредет. Пошли домой. Тебе надо отдохнуть. До встречи. Пошли. Мне действительно надо домой. Вот он ящик. Убираем сюда все. Мне не нужно. Патроны тоже пока сюда уберем. Зачем я их ношу, если мне нечем стрелять? Правильно? Мини-ремкомплект для брони. Нет комплект. Аптечки оставим. Боек пока, наверное. А что попал боек? Коэффициент был 0,2. Ну, много раз можно использовать. 20 килограмм по итогу. Если постройку чайник можно убрать. Вообще шикарно. И смотри, что тик скидано. Угадай, кого я недавно видел на АТП. Кого же? Дохлого контролера. Без следы торчал один из таких ножей. Слушай, ну ты просто слов нет. Как он всем помог. Огромное тебе спасибо. Скидан, скажи мне одно. На хуяк тебе вдруг сдался этот несчастный контролер? Ну сидел у тебя на АТП. Никого не трогал. Он там, вы здесь. Никто никому особо и не мешал. Что на этом АТП вообще полезного? А интересное там ЖК. Кое-что да есть. Что же, потом расскажу. А пока что получи награду. Дружи. Антирад, аптечка, детектор, аномалий и кожаная куртка. Выполнено. Все, больше с ним о чем квестом говорить нельзя. И у меня дал детектор аномалий, но у меня есть элитный, который прямо на мини-карте показывает аномалии, а этот, получается, звуковым сигналом. Продавать я пока не буду. А по поводу бани какая лучше? Ой, ну ватник хотя бы от радиации защищает. Опять-таки, удар. разрыв. Почему что это двоем? А ты такой ничем, кожная двойка не лучше. Опять-таки, я могу продавать щебень, пусть брать, везде 5000, я думаю, будет не лишним. Давай немного подшипников, а вот на все 4 штуки. И попробуйте закрафтить улучшенные снаряды самопала, потому что возможно, обычно. Так, кстати, пока ни о чем надо искать. Я тут голову тушкана нашел. Жирный был, наверное. Да, показывать. Ух ты, вот это клыки. Дай мне эту моду, а? Я давно мечтал чем-то дома похвастаться. Если вернусь, конечно. Сколько дашь за нее? Деньгами на прям. Давай меняться. Ты мне эту моду, а я тебе кожаные берцы. Новенькие. Мухонькие по рукам. Ботинки разведчика. Грамотно усовершенствованные армейские ботинки. Какой-то разведчик не купил обувь и покрыл защитным составом. Даже защита ног независимо от костюма. Повесить на пояс. Вот. То есть защиты ног тут нет, а тут присутствует. Это работает так, что если я попадаю в аномалию, то меня защищает. Ну, кстати, тут защита различается. Типа у костюма есть защита живота, нет, но все равно ладно, пока уберем. Так, берем блок, используются обычные, усиленные, конечно. Еще раз, усиленные, усиленные и усиленные. 32 усиленных обычно убираем, потому что не надо. Заряжаем усиленными. Дальше что? А дальше по куче быстро лежать. Не понял, почему усиленно-то висит? На поводу станции. О, это тоже живой, здоровый, все прекрасно. Тут тоже все нормально. Ого, суп. Не понял, это ты мой суп мне продаешь, который я тебе изготовил. Пойдем наберем воды. Что-то кто-то мне там получит про тайник на крыше еще одного из домов. Я бы залезть, посмотри. В стране у меня слушали, по-моему, я не допрыгну отсюда никак. Ну да, видишь, не знаю, кем будешь допрыгнуть. Если, конечно, тайник это тут. Но не допрыгну. Там я был, на эту крышу, туда внутрь вроде как залезть. На этой крыше был, там не был, туда тоже не допрыгнуть. Тут был. Ладно, предлагаю пойти за артефактом, который появился, потому что мне надо, доставим детектор. Ну и что, давай, вот у меня нормальный зон. Понял, дальше подойдем. Все, забрал. Снова щебень. Ну понятно, без такие не самые шаг попадаются. Ну щебень и щебень. Потом тоже последствия. И наконец-то идем красные. И вообще куча квестов, которые надо решать красные. А еще надо понять, где же тай.
Да, наоборот. Нет. Вот это наоборот. А, вот это он имеет в виду, что тебе не деньги не даст тебе.
На котором мне взять маска. Как я вместе рация для питания. Кукла в рюкзаке. А чего кукла-то? Ну давай достанем. Слушай, эфир. F. И что мы должны делать? Ты прослушал эфир? Да, там кто-то просит о помощи. Это военные. Расскажу тебе все по порядку. Сгоревший БТР по остановке на кордоне. Это спасательная экспедиция службы безопасности Украины. Военные были отправлены на поиски Максима Камерера. У них имелась карта с координатами входа в секретную лабораторию, где работал Макс. Похоже, что карта сгорела вместе с военными. Нет, она не могла сгореть, так как это была секретная карта, выполненная в двух вариантах. Электронном и бумажном. Бумага, естественно, сгорела. А вот электронный планшет с картой нет, потому что он был защищен прочным корпусом. Поищи его рядом с БТРом, там его нет. Вот это очень плохо. Скорее всего, его стащил кто-то из местных. Теперь твоя задача поговорить со всеми, кого знаешь на кордоне, и выяснить судьбу планшета с картой. Найдем планшет, получим доступ к лаборатории. Голоса в эфире, просящие о помощи, как раз и принадлежат тем, кто остался в подземелье. Как видишь, они еще живы. Я поговорю с местными. Понятно. Дальше. Останки туриста. Это гвоздь по поводу ауга. Все кошки бегущие, с будут у меня отнимать. Можно как-то замочить сразу? Не с кошкой, кстати. Одна уже, видимо, не будет мешаться. Ну что, холодец, тут надо как-то пройти. Я думаю, проскочить, пропрыгнуть самым лучшим вариантом будет. Вот тут как будто проход имеется, кстати. Давай попробуем пройти.
Блин, хорошо быть? Нет.
Ага, неплохо. Тут есть скелет. Осмотреть останки, керамический контейнер получен. Не все это золото, название квеста, что как бы намекает. Отлично, с этим контейнером я должен возвращаться к Скидену. Но давай также осмотрим хабар Сноудена. Там вполне может быть что-то вкусное. Вижу кое-что интересное. Что ты видишь? Спросим. Рядом есть автобусная остановка. На крыше лежит ящик с сюрпризом. Спасибо за информацию. Вы, конечно, не поверите, но я так и подумал. Из-за того, что тут стоят ящики, как-то странно, как будто по ним надо запрыгнуть. А, так может быть это и есть хабар Сноудена?
Наоборот, только странно. марафон. Марафон, денег. Да, удачи. А, ты так думаешь? Эй! Нормально.
Наверху. Скорее всего, да. Хотя нет, хабар Сноудена. Ну что такое? Шоу представь, покоя от вас нет. Да, попробуем запрыгнуть. Ага, то есть вся эта гора сломается. Давай, 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 давай. Давай! Отлично, вообще красиво. Ящик, в ящике. Артефакт хрусталь получен. Это был тот самый хабар Сноудена? Да нет, он как-то в этой стране отмечен. На дереве, наверное, каком-нибудь. Не, ну неплохо запрыгнуть, кстати. Надеюсь, что тут точно больше ничего нет, потому что второй раз мне вряд ли получится залезть. Что за хрусталь? Хрусталь. Один здоровье, все остальное плохое. При расщеплении позволяет выведать ценную информацию у многих персонажей. Чего? Сейчас вообще не понял. По поводу барахла Сноудена. Вообще какая-то инфа, может, куда появилась? Один информация. Нет, по поводу Сноудена тут ничего. Данные. Но это мои данные. А, вот на его рюкзак, в кустах тут лежит, забрать содержимое. Забрать порох 8, подшипники 4, спички и булыжник. Да чё, как-то ничего серьезного, честно говоря. Булыжник вот. Один я убрал, другой вот. Кто? Ты что-то крякаешь, бегаешь. Кстати, там какой-то труп валяется. Если посмотреть, то это какой-то сталкер. А, и на его таун. Скорее всего, это просто от разработчика такой намек. Что, мол, вот, не ходи. В смысле, а что? Так, ну теперь обелиски будем смотреть. Где-то что-то тут, да? Опа, ну вот отметка как бы на земле стоит. То есть выше подниматься никуда не надо, но тут ничего нет. Сейчас разберемся. Может быть, надо наверх залезть. Вполне может быть. При этом тут горит костер. А, и ящик есть. В ящике мы находим лопату, записку, дым.
Ну, а
оставляем
чё,
инструмент здесь. В деревню тащить его не хочу.
Нет, это всего лишь как бы... Ну, понятно. ты не можешь, да. Ну да, да. Вот это вот я имел, что их воспитывать, зато ты умеешь воспитать. Много влияния. про себя и говорил. Недостаточно играть свою музыку, надо еще уметь играть. Fabricant. Ça aussi. Секрет, секрет. Ну да, просто играть не умеешь и все. Ой, собираюсь не уметь играть, я собираюсь уметь играть. Ну, это же так и называется, концерты. Что, соло тогда потом? Ой. Лазай, лазай. Привет, Папка. На дороге, на дороге, да, на дороге. Эй, пацанки. Ничего? Значит, так на дороге, так на дороге, на дороге, на дороге. Нет, надо играть. Наоборот, значит, надо ладно играть, ладно, да.